Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our live coverage of the latest mission from NASA's Kennedy Space Center. I'm Will Robinson Smith. I'll be providing our commentary for the duration of this coverage. We are broadcasting, as we always do, from the Spaceflight Now News Bureau here at KSC. Got the full team out in force this evening for coverage of the Starlink 6-42 mission, continuing on a busy day for SpaceX as they completed docking of a Cargo Dragon spacecraft to the International Space Station this morning. We'll have some video of that a little bit later. But first, let's tee up who we've got out in force today. Of course, our editor, Stephen Young, is running the technical side of our broadcast this evening. A launch photography crew out with us tonight. Adam Bernstein working the tracking cameras here at the press site and doing some still photography as well. Michael Kane also doing some launch photography this evening. And if you're not following them on X, here are their handles. You can find Adam at @AByrne, NYC, Burn with an E. Michael Kane at MD Kane Jr. You can see some of their past shots from previous missions, as well as look forward to some nifty photos tonight. I know Michael is going to be trying for some, let's just say, interesting launch photography tonight. So fingers crossed that everything lines up as intended, and we'll show you those as soon as we can downlink them from him post-launch. And also, if you're not already following Spaceflight Now on X, you can find us there at simply Spaceflight Now. We're also on Threads and Facebook. We also have help this evening from our friends Chuck Briggs, whose camera views you can see here in this shot, as well as Pete Carstens with Max Q Productions. Of course, what you're seeing in the center of your screen there is a Falcon 9 rocket sitting at the heart of Historic Launch Complex 39A, preparing to launch, as previously mentioned, the Starlink Group 6-42 mission. This will be the 18th dedicated flight, launching SpaceX's upgraded Starlink V2 mini satellites this year. Currently, SpaceX is targeting a T0 liftoff time of 7:39 p.m. Eastern. For our friends joining from around the world, that is 23:39 UTC. Appreciate all of you who were with us for our CRS 30 coverage. As Stephen mentioned at the start of the broadcast, then I was off at the Johnson Space Center in Houston for some briefings and a really great in-depth opportunity to learn more about Boeing's Starliner program. Some really educational opportunities there where we got to go inside a number of simulators, both analog and virtual, as well as climb inside a mock-up of the Starliner spacecraft that is a 1-to-1 scale, get a sense of what it's going to be like for NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, who will be heading uphill to the ISS for the crewed flight test of Starliner, currently set for no earlier than May 1st. We'll have more to say on that in just a little bit, but it was a great trip, and we couldn't do this robust on-the-ground reporting without the help of our wonderful channel members. So want to give some folks their flowers this evening. Thanks to folks like Jeff Hansen, Red Dawn, Charles Boyer, Callistia Lee, Eric Scott, Rocket Prophet, Awkward One, and many others who are joining us this evening. Also, big thanks to our moderators in the live chat, folks like Astro Jen, who help keep things kosher in the live chat. Channel membership comes with a number of perks, including discounts at our online shop.spaceflightnow.com, as well as the ability to watch our streams from the Cape in 4K and access to member-only videos here on YouTube. If you are a channel member, you may have gotten the alert for a new video that was posted from that Starliner trip. It's a pretty nifty one, if I do say so myself. It was from one of our opportunities to get inside the high fidelity Starliner Flight Simulator. So if you're not already a channel member, now is a great time to become a channel member so you can check out that full uncut video where we go through the timeline and the procedures that the astronauts will experience on launch day from the point of liftoff through to spacecraft separation. It was quite an interesting thing to go through, and I think you'll find it super educational, especially if you want to learn more about the Starliner program as we come into final month before the planned liftoff time. Speaking of channel membership, want to thank a few of our channel members for a good bit of generosity kicking us off on this live stream today. Thanks to Callistia Lee, Mark Otto, and Astro Joe for gifting a total of 21 Spaceflight Now memberships. So really appreciate the generosity, folks. Thanks so much for helping us out. And to our newest channel members, welcome. Be sure to check out the perks of channel membership, and we hope you stick around with us. Lots more to come, both from Starliner and much more on the Space Beat here. We are also supported by the YouTube Super Chat feature. So if you'd like to send us a comment or a question to be read on the show, and your comment or question is appropriate to be read on our show, we'd love to bring you into the conversation. It's another great way to support what we do here at Spaceflight Now. We're now T-minus 1 hour, 47 seconds and counting to the liftoff of this Falcon 9 rocket on Starlink 6-42. If you haven't already, as you're settling on into our live coverage, be sure to hit the like button, share the stream to allow more folks to find this live coverage. And if you haven't already, be sure to subscribe to Spaceflight Now. As previously mentioned, we've got a lot more coming up on the Starliner program in the next month, including some crew profile pieces from our one-on-one interviews with Butch and Sunny, and some Boeing leadership as well. And of course, there is the potential that the fourth integrated flight test of Starship may be not too far down the road, possibly in May. And we also got a tease from businessman Jared Isaacman just in the last couple of hours, saying that they are getting ever closer to the launch of the Polaris Dawn mission, which will be the first of 3 for the Polaris program and the first to demonstrate a commercial spacewalk from a Dragon spacecraft. Just a couple things to look on down the road. A great reason to subscribe to Spaceflight Now, as we'll be covering all that and much, much more. We're now just a little over T-minus 20 minutes away from the point at which the SpaceX launch director will give their go for the start of propellant load, or thereabouts. If you haven't joined us on a recent launch, SpaceX is not providing mission audio outside of the final 5 minutes of the count. That said, as you can see, conditions are fairly clear, so we've got good eyes on the rocket, and we will rely on our extensive experience in covering SpaceX in these Falcon 9 flights to guide you through the visuals that we're looking for to indicate that they are on track with fueling. As you can see from this wide shot here, we do have some clouds lingering around Florida's Space Coast as we cruise on into sunset. Just about 6:40 here Eastern time. Weather at the pad pretty good according to the 45th Weather Squadron based here at the Cape. They forecast 75% favorable conditions for liftoff during tonight's window. Meteorologists tracking liftoff winds and the cumulus cloud rule as potential watch items. Additionally, though, they're also looking at the upper level winds, which they describe as between low and moderate levels of impact. Also, one item to watch tonight, the booster recovery weather is being described as a moderate risk. That's on a scale of low, moderate, and high. If SpaceX needs to pivot to the 24-hour backup, things do look a little bit better. Weather 80% favorable with much of the same risk items. The booster recovery weather, though, does improve somewhat in a 24-hour backup scenario. It cruises between the low to moderate levels as opposed to just straight up moderate as it is today. Before we get much further into our broadcast, do want to make a slight left turn down the road of history and say a hearty and happy unofficial corned beef sandwich day to all who celebrate. Why do I phrase it like that? Well, today is the anniversary of the Gemini 3 mission, which launched on this date in 1965. You're taking a look at a young John Young, who is in the Gemini suit-up room here. For those not versed in the history of this infamous moment, John Young was actually able to smuggle a corned beef sandwich inside his spacesuit prior to boarding. As NASA historians note, it's unknown if this photo here already had the corned beef sandwich inside his spacesuit at this point in time. But once they got on board the spacecraft, he actually offered some of that corned beef sandwich to the mission commander for this flight, Gus Grissom. However, as you might imagine, a corned beef sandwich, if done well, will have a bit of crumbly bread attached to it. So some of those crumbs started to float away. So they only got about a minute of enjoyment with the sandwich before they had to stow it. According to some historical audio records, after they had splashed down, they did try to revisit the sandwich again, but it had been a couple of days and without refrigeration. Well, you can imagine the rest. And let's just say it was a less than pleasant experience with that corned beef sandwich thereafter. So if you don't already have your dinner plans tonight, might be a good way to honor one of the pioneers in human spaceflight of the Gemini and Apollo era. We're now T minus 54 minutes, 8 seconds and counting. As you mentioned before, it has been a busy day, not only for SpaceX, but also for the International Space Station in general, as it received two vehicles today, one being the Cargo Dragon spacecraft for the CRS-30 or Commercial Resupply Services 30 mission. You're taking a look at docking replay video here where you can see the Cargo Dragon spacecraft C-209 as it made its approach to the International Space Station to dock to the Zenith port or the space-facing port of the ISS. Soft capture or initial contact was made at 6:19 a.m. Central Time, 7:19 a.m. Eastern Time, 11:19 UTC. They then spent the next several minutes making sure that things were good before they started the process of driving in the hooks. There are 12 that attach to the Dragon spacecraft for a hard mate before they can go ahead and get it in the right configuration to be able to access the vehicle and bring on board the cargo that is inside. More than 6,000 pounds of science and supplies that launched from, for the first time, Pad 40 over at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. The first time a second generation Dragon spacecraft launched from that pad up to the ISS. And as you can see, it was a nominal docking process this morning as you can see the thrusters kicked in to slow things down. They cruised on in for a docking. About 10 meters out is the point at which is basically the crew hands-off point. There's a limit to how far away, timing-wise as well, that the crew would be able to intervene and pause the Dragon spacecraft on approach. And you can see there was the moment of soft capture and contact with the International Space Station. Again, that point was at 6:19 a.m. Central, 7:19 a.m. Eastern, 11:19 UTC this morning. Just one of the vehicles that arrived at the space station today. Or as Stevens reminded me, there was only one that arrived today. The Soyuz MS-25 mission launched today, but will arrive at the ISS, I believe, on Monday, if I'm not mistaken. It's taking a look now at the launch of the Soyuz MS-25 spacecraft atop a Soyuz 2.1A rocket, liftoff from the Baikonur Cosmodrome. Successful today after they had to stand down from their original launch attempt due to an electrical issue. Fortunately, though, that was able to be resolved. And as you can see, had a good liftoff of the Soyuz not too long after Dragon made contact with the ISS, sending this three-person crew on their way to the International Space Station. On board this spacecraft was Cosmos cosmonaut and Commander Oleg Novitsky, NASA astronaut Tracy Dyson, as well as a spaceflight participant and the first Belarusian woman to head to the International Space Station, Marina Vasilevskaya. Marina and Oleg will spend just a brief amount of time on board the space station before they head back to Earth alongside NASA astronaut Laurel O'Hara. And the Soyuz will be docking about 11:09 a.m. on Monday. As part of our reporting trip, we were able to speak one-on-one with the astronauts who will fly on board the crewed flight test of Boeing's Starliner spacecraft. And I mentioned that in this context coming up right after we were just talking about the Soyuz MS-25 mission, because Tracy Dyson, a member of the 1998 NASA astronaut class, is going to be joined in a serendipitous fashion by one of her former classmates, Sunny Williams. We had talked to Tracy before her launch about getting the opportunity to potentially meet up with Sunny on orbit. And so it seemed only fitting that we had an opportunity to talk to Sunny, that we get her thoughts on flying with her 1998 classmate and a great friend of hers as well. So here's part of our conversation with Sunny Williams, talking about being able to meet up with Tracy once they're both on orbit.
I was supposed to come back with Tracy on my first shuttle mission. I was dropped off at the space station, and I was supposed to come back with STS-118. I dropped off on 116, and supposed to come back at 118. But 117 had rolled out to the launch pad, and got hit by hail. So they had to roll it back to the VAB and fix it. And so my flight got a little bit delayed. We were wondering, I was wondering, am I coming back on 117 or 118? And I ended up coming back on 117 because it lasted, that repair lasted a little bit longer. So I was sort of I was a lot bummed because I was going to come home with Tracy, which, like she mentioned, has been a long time friend. So I'm really excited that, like she said, I mean, it was sort of a surprise that our spacecraft got into her increment. So I was like, oh, what a joy. This is going to be super fun.
And our thanks, of course, to Sunny Williams for a great conversation there. That just being a very small snippet of it. You'll be hearing much more from her and Butch Wilmore in our pieces on them, which will be coming out on the channel in the run up to the Starliner CFT crew flight test mission. Again, set for no earlier than May 1st of this year. We're now T minus 44 minutes, 57 seconds and counting to the launch of the Starlink 6-42 mission here. I want to thank the nearly 4,000 of you who are joining us live on a Saturday evening. I know there's some great basketball games being played as part of the March Madness tournament, so we certainly appreciate you either split screening us with that or giving us your full and undivided attention. We very much love the fact that you are here, either in part or in whole. By hitting the like button, sharing the stream, you can bring more friends into our live coverage as we continue on in the last 45 minutes before the planned liftoff of the Falcon 9 rocket from Pad 39A. Now T minus 42 minutes, 48 seconds and counting. Before we close out the Starliner portion of our conversation today, do want to just bring you into one last piece of sound from Mark Nappy with Boeing talking about sort of where they are in the run up to the CFT mission, but also looking a little further down the road at what we can expect from the Starliner program at the back end of this year and looking onward to next year as well. So again, here is Boeing's Mark Nappy talking about Starliner in 2024 and 2025.
We're all excited about this, and our workforce, to say the least, is excited as well. We had the privilege of coming back after the holidays, and really, we didn't have to hit the ground running. We started slowly, and we've built momentum up until this point, and we've always talked to the team about peaking at the right moment, and we're going to peak when it's time to execute this mission at the end of this month, the beginning of May. The crew, Steve and I meet with the crew every other week at a minimum, and we talk about what's on their minds. We talk about what's the status of the vehicle is and where we're headed, and we're in a really good spot right now with the crew. They're anxious to fly, we're anxious to fly, and we are all on the same page about what to expect. Working with NASA, of course, we're in lockstep, and we're working towards closing out all the paper that we talked about earlier. All in parallel with all this, we've been working towards getting Starliner 1 ready as well. So at the end of this year in November, we expect to get the certification review complete, and the vehicle will be complete and ready to go at the end of this year as well in December. And then when CFT gets back, we have to start preparing for Starliner 2. So we've already started working those requirements and schedules so that when the vehicle gets back at the end of May, we'll be ready to hit the ground running and start that vehicle processing for Starliner 2.
And again, that was Boeing's Mark Nappy talking about the progress towards CFT and Starliner 1, the full first 6-month rotation of the Starliner spacecraft, which they are working towards rapidly following this first flight test with crew on board. And as you may have noticed, we have adjusted our countdown clock this evening as we do have a new T0 time tonight. New T0 is 8:21 p.m. Eastern, 0021 UTC. So we're now T-minus 1 hour, 21 minutes, 33 seconds, and counting to the planned launch of the Starlink 6-42 mission from NASA's Kennedy Space Center and Historic Launch Complex 39A. Taking a look at our live chat here. I want to thank a couple of our channel members for helping with support this evening. Our thanks to Rocket Profit for a good bit of generosity, gifting 10 Spaceflight Now memberships. Really appreciate that, Rocket Profit. And thanks also for supporting us with your own channel membership. Another great channel member, Mitchell Wilbur, the very generous $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Mitchell, for supporting us on that level. Really appreciate that. Mitchell says, Will, thanks for the coverage. Well, you're very welcome. I am but a small piece in the Spaceflight Now machine, so it is a team effort to bring you live launch coverage this evening, as well as coverage from Johnson Space Center and some of our other reporting destinations this year. So really appreciate all of you for helping us to bring that coverage to you and to all of those who may also be considering channel membership down the road. So we promise we're not toying with your emotions here as you see another adjustment of the countdown clock. We are getting another update that SpaceX is actually targeting 7:49. Previously, or initially, it was 7:39. Then it was adjusted to 8:21. Now we are hearing 7:49. So, assuming there is not more shuffling of the T0 at this point in time, we are currently T minus 44 minutes, 43 seconds and counting to the planned liftoff of the Starlink 6-42 mission. These are times that SpaceX has published to its own launch page and then changed from the 7:39 to the 8:21 to the 7:49. So again, we're working to bring you the latest and most accurate information here as we're hearing it from SpaceX. So with any additional changes, we will of course let you know. If things stick to the current timeline right now, we're a little less than 6 minutes away from SpaceX launch director taking the poll on the start of propellant load. Again, because SpaceX is not providing mission audio, we will not hear the results of that poll as we did with the CRS-30 mission. The reason for that was because it was a NASA customer mission. But this is all SpaceX being it's their rocket and their satellites, so we are not going to be hearing that call out. That should be coming up in just a few minutes from now. And just to bring everyone up to speed, we are now hearing that the launch time again is being referred to as 8:21 p.m. Eastern for T0 liftoff. 0021 UTC is the current T0 liftoff time for the Starlink 6-42 mission. So we are making adjustments to our countdown clock momentarily, and you'll see that reflected in just a moment. So again, as it currently stands, if you're just joining us, there's been sort of an unusual amount of shuffling from SpaceX in a public facing way on their website about the T0 liftoff time for this mission. It's gone from 7:39 to 8:21 to 7:49. Currently, it stands at 8:21 p.m. Eastern, 0021 UTC. So that puts us, if we don't have any more shifts, at T minus 1 hour, 9 minutes, and 16 seconds to lift off of the Falcon 9 rocket. Again, this is sort of an unusually fluid situation with the adjustment in the T0 time. So if there are any more adjustments, we will be sure to keep you in the loop. Again, we are currently targeting a T0 liftoff time of the Falcon 9 rocket at 8:21 p.m. Eastern, 0021 UTC, which is at T minus 1 hour, 6 minutes, and 26 seconds and counting. As we wait to see if there are going to be any more shifts in this timeline, I do want to share with you some great imagery of the moon coming to us from our friend Pete Karstens with Max Q Productions here. Just some stunning visuals of our own satellite. Worth noting as we're looking towards the southern end of the moon near the South Pole. If Pete, you can swing back down towards the southern part and just kind of hang right there for a second. Thank you. Do want to note we got an update from Intuitive Machines earlier today as they posted an update that with the advent of the lunar day on the southern portion of the moon where their Nova C lander Odie has been resting overnight. They did note that they had reached out to him, but as they describe it, its wake up signal was not quite strong enough and the power system would not support another call home, as they describe it. And so, as they thought might be the case, February 29th will mark the official end to the saga of the first commercial lunar lander to touch down on the moon and transmit data back. A big achievement for NASA's CLIPS program, Commercial Lunar Payload Services, as well as Intuitive Machines themselves. An important note to mark the official end of the Odyssey of Odie there on the lunar South Pole. But fret not, Intuitive Machines is, of course, working on their second Nova C lander, which is set to launch to the moon no earlier than the fourth quarter of 2024. Also on board a Falcon 9 rocket, also launching from the pad that you see there just on the right-hand side of your screen. It'll be a setup very similar to this, but as we saw with the IM-1 mission, it will use the newer capability that SpaceX built into this particular pad, which allows for a late loading of liquid oxygen and liquid methane on board the Nova C lander a couple of hours before liftoff. Fueling wraps up about an hour out from liftoff so that there's space that they can check out, make sure that the prop loading went as planned before they fuel the Falcon 9 rocket. That IM-2 mission, just one of the missions that is still potentially on deck for a lunar excursion this year, from the US, that is. Firefly's Blue Moon lander is also set to launch later this year. We may also see the launch of Astrobotics' Griffin lander with NASA's Viper rover that will be searching for on the ground evidence of frozen water ice there at the moon's south pole. And of course, just in the last several days, we saw a launch from China, a Long March rocket that sent up another satellite that'll go into orbit around the moon. I believe a frozen elliptical orbit, if memory serves. That'll help support China's Chang'e 6 mission, which will go to the far side of the moon. That is launching, I believe, in 2025, if not later this year. So, of course, the moon continues to be the hot ticket in town these days. Several missions on deck for this year and many more to come, both through the Eclipse program here in the US, as well as other lunar ambitions from, as previously stated, China, as well as India. Already seeing success with their Chandrayaan-3 lander and looking to further that with a lunar sample return mission for Chandrayaan-4. Now, T-minus 1 hour, 1 minute, 15 seconds and counting, assuming we don't have another T0 adjustment for this mission tonight. we continue to wait to see if there are any additional updates potentially coming down the pike from SpaceX. Want to thank the nearly 7,000 of you that are watching us live. If you haven't already, be sure to hit the like button to allow more folks to find this live coverage as we continue to step through the count. And looking at the live chat here, want to thank, love this handle name, Big Fat Bug Rat for some support here. Thank you, Rat. Really appreciate that. I want to welcome our newest channel member, Susan Suffacool. Susan, you're going to have to tell me how to pronounce your name correctly, but thank you so much for joining us at the pad leader level. Really appreciate that. Of course, channel membership comes with a number of perks, access to 4K views of all of our launches here from the Cape, discounts at our online shop, shop.spaceflightnow.com, and access to member-only videos like the aforementioned walkthrough in the high-fidelity Starliner training mock-up that we got to check out over at the Johnson Space Center. That video is a little over 17 minutes in length. It takes us through about a minute and a half or so prior to liftoff in the simulator timeline. Goes through spacecraft separation. So if you want to learn more about the Starliner program and its flight path on launch day, you join us with channel membership. Be sure to check that out. Got lots more coming from that reporting trip, both for channel members as well as for the broad public. So now is also a great time to subscribe to Spaceflight Now here on YouTube if you haven't already. Be sure to bookmark us on our website, spaceflightnow.com. Do have another T0 adjustment updated to bring you now. SpaceX is targeting 11:09 p.m. Eastern Time now. 0309 UTC for our friends joining us from around the world. This is not quite at the bare back end of the launch window today, but it's getting close to it. The window runs until 11:29 p.m. Eastern. So to answer one of our channel members' questions, SG asking, have they fueled yet? They have not. And given the new T0, they won't for, unfortunately, some time. As we are now with the new T0, parking at T minus 3 hours, 39 minutes, 39 seconds and counting. So again, this has been a bit of a T0 roller coaster this evening, but SpaceX now pushing close to the end of this window. Yes, channel member Jeff Hansen, as well as some others, we're now holding out for at least another 3 hours, 3.5 hours before we see the planned liftoff of the Starlink 6-42 mission. So if you want to go ahead and keep us on in the background, if you want to go grab a beverage or maybe some dinner, we will be here waiting and bringing you periodic updates as we hold off on getting into the meat of the countdown for a little while yet. Again, this is certainly an option that SpaceX has to exercise, as their launch window does run until 11:29 p.m. Eastern. They have not stated the reason for all of the adjustments so far. But as you can see in our wide shot here at the Cape, there are still a fair amount of clouds that are hanging around the area. You can see the flag by the countdown clock. The wind is still blowing not extremely strong. I mean, you can see the windsock here at the pad suggests that winds are not really egregious there at LC-39A at this point in time. One potential reason for the slip is hoping for some improvement in the booster recovery weather part of the forecast, which was slated as moderate on a scale of low to moderate to high. Do want to welcome one of our moderators jumping in as another one tags out. Astro Joe bowing out for this evening, but we are joined by Stephanie B, who's stepping in to help out with the live chat here. Really appreciate that. Stephanie, good to see you this evening. So to give you a bit of an update on the weather, you're taking a look at some satellite imagery here. In this radar view, we do have a strong wind warning with about 25 knot winds, gusting up to 35 knots. And that is here at the launch pad. In a second, we should see an update on the booster recovery weather, which is also yeah, you can see the area where the booster would be recovering in the area of the Bahamas, which there's quite a bit of cloud and storm activity down there, which is far from ideal for recovering this booster, which is set to fly for a 19th time on this mission, tail number 1060 in the SpaceX fleet. poised to become one of the flight leaders for the company alongside B-1061 and B-1062. And in an alternate timeline, we are about 5 minutes from when SpaceX was initially planning to launch at 7:39 p.m. this evening. Would have been a gorgeous sunset liftoff of the Falcon 9 rocket tonight. But alas and alack, that is not how the cards we were dealt are going to be played tonight. So we will continue to be with you as we track the progress towards a teaser liftoff at 11:09 p.m. Eastern, 03:09 UTC, coming up in T-minus 3 hours, 33 minutes, 56 seconds. Taking a look at the live chat here. Want to thank a few more folks for their support this evening. United Nations Space Command has been a member for 7 months. Really appreciate your ongoing support, United Nations. Who says, can't wait to see the Delta IV Heavy on the 28th. So the skies stay clear here in Florida. Yes, that will be the final mission for United Launch Alliance's Delta IV Heavy rocket, heading up from Slick 37 over at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station on the NROL 70 mission for the National Reconnaissance Office. We actually should be hearing from leadership with both, or I shouldn't say both, leadership from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, from General Panzenhagen, as well as the head of the NRO and ULA President and CEO Tory Bruno, talking about the finale, the swan song of the Delta IV Heavy rocket, which of course will be eclipsed by the Vulcan, which has already had one certification flight earlier this year. Looking towards flying Sierra Space's Dream Chaser spacecraft up to the space station on the second certification flight. That'll be coming up in the next several months. Also want to thank Don Pierce for a bit of support this evening with $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Don. Fritz Waterman with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Fritz, for your support. And to one of our wonderful channel members, Callistia Lee, for a very generous $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Callistia. Who wishes a happy anniversary to Mr. and Mrs. Astro. And before it pulls out of frame here, take a look in the center right of this wide shot here. You can see the moon there glowing brightly. We are just on the cusp of a perfectly full moon. Right now, it's about 98.5% full, waxing gibbous, if you will. The full moon will hit at about 3 a.m. on March 25th. So coming up in just a couple days here. Thanks to our one of our launch photographers, Adam Bernstein, for pointing the tracker up at the nearly full moon for us so we can provide this split screen for all of you out there, even though the moon is ducking behind some clouds at the moment. As it currently stands, we are T minus 3 hours, 28 minutes, 48 seconds, and counting to the planned liftoff of the Falcon 9 rocket this evening. Of course, we're continuing to track updates from SpaceX as we receive them. And if there are any final adjustments that need to be relayed, we will, of course, do so in due time and as soon as we get them. Taking a look at our live chat here, one of our channel members, Brian Potts, asking if the video will continue until launch or scrub. The answer to that is yes. We will be with you through the launch or until we hear that they are standing down for tonight. As of right now, they are still pressing on towards launching the Falcon 9 at 11:09 p.m. Eastern, 03:09 UTC. Of course, we'll let you know if that changes, but rest assured, we're not going anywhere. So if you want to leave this up in a separate tab and keep us on with the audio up at the background so you get notified via our audio and commentary for any additional updates, feel free to do that. And yes, just addressing some of the chat in the live chat. This will be another long night. It seems to be the case, but that's just how it goes with the launch business sometimes. Not much that can be done about that, but of course, we will continue to stay with you here on the stream up until the point that either we have a launch or we hear that they are standing down from a launch attempt. you're just now joining us, we are continuing to track the progress of the Starlink 6-42 mission as we've seen multiple slips in the T0 time in somewhat rapid succession. As of now, SpaceX continues to track a T0 liftoff at 11:09 p.m. Eastern, 03:09 UTC. It's coming up in 3 hours, 16 minutes, and 13 seconds. As of now, SpaceX has not provided any additional information as to the reasoning for the shift in launch time, although a fair guess would be either the weather here at the launch site, which was tracking at about 75% favorable, looking at liftoff winds and the cumulus cloud rule as potential watch items. But I think probably more impactfully is the booster recovery weather, which the 45th Weather Squadron described as moderate on a scale of low to moderate to high. Also, the upper level wind shear is in the low to moderate area as well. So while the conditions at the pad are somewhat favorable, so take another look at some satellite weather data. You could see the booster recovery area near the Bahamas. Just look a little bit to the east of there, and you can see from this radar data that it is not anywhere what you would call ideal for recovery of the booster. Tail number 1060, which is set to fly for a 19th time today, or a 19th time whenever this launch does actually happen, if they do, for whatever reason, decide to stand down tonight. As of now, though, all indications are that they are pressing on towards an 11:09 p.m. liftoff. Currently T minus 3 hours, 8 minutes, 50 seconds and counting. SpaceX continues to aim towards an 11:09 p.m. Eastern liftoff. Taking a look at the live chat here, want to thank a few more folks for their support. Thanks to Christopher Jones, one of our wonderful channel members, for a $2 super chat. Really appreciate that, Christopher. Nelson Reyes gifting 5 Spaceflight Now memberships. Thanks for the generosity there, Nelson. And welcome to our newest channel members. For those that were gifted channel membership from Nelson, if you haven't already, be sure to thank him in the live chat here. And finally, thanks to another channel member, Mitchell Wilbur, for a very generous $20 super chat. Thank you, Mitchell, who says, okay, Will, this one is for all the people behind the curtain that help you. They are most appreciated. And yes, this is very much a team sport covering launches. So definitely want to give kudos to all the folks behind the scenes who help make this possible. It is far from a one-person operation here. So that is very much appreciated, Mitchell. Thank you. Taking a look at our wide view here, T minus 3 hours, 6 minutes, 25 seconds and counting. We're seeing some lightning offshore. Keep an eye out closer to the area of pad 39B, which, just to sort of guide you visually here, you see 39A is in the dead center of the screen in the lower third, bright light just to the right of the flagpole there. That little pop of lightning you just saw over the tall structure on the left-hand side, that is pad 39B, where you see the mobile launcher, which supports the Artemis flights of the Space Launch System rocket. NASA is performing a number of tests on the mobile launcher, including the slide wire basket system for the emergency egress operations that happen at that pad. Taking a look again at the weather offshore here in the radar view, you can see at the end of this loop, that cell that forms just north of the Cape here, that's where we're seeing the lightning form from that little blue dot. And that cluster you see there, the blue to red just north of the Cape, that's a cluster of the lightning strikes. So give you an idea of the activity that we're seeing just offshore here on Florida's Space Coast, as weather is presenting somewhat challenging circumstance to the launch of the Starlink 6-42 mission. Again, we're having to assume a little bit here because we're not getting an update from SpaceX as far as the reason that they are pushing back in the window, but I think it's a fairly informed assumption given that we haven't heard anything as far as the health of the space or the health of the rocket that would indicate that. there's any technical issues being worked. It is likely weather related, but again, that is somewhat of a supposition based off of the weather data that we're getting in here. Again, as we've reported, booster recovery area that we've seen off of the coast of the Bahamas, just a little to the east of those islands, that may be sort of the leading area of concern, as the 45th Weather Squadron had designated that as a moderate risk for tonight. You can see there's still quite a bit of activity lingering in that neck of the woods. Bit of an active weather night just up and down the eastern United States, as you saw in that satellite view, that radar view. Adam Bernstein taking a look at the swells in the boost recovery area, pushing up to about 8 feet right now, which is far from ideal. So again, SpaceX will continue to keep an eye on that as it looks for opportunities to launch this mission tonight. Currently, as it stands, we are T minus 3 hours, 2 minutes, and 20 seconds away from liftoff. If SpaceX is, in fact, able to thread this weather needle. Currently T minus 2 hours, 52 minutes, 36 seconds and counting to the planned launch of the Starlink 6-42 mission as we continue to step through the count as it stands right now. Of course, as we've been talking about, weather is very likely a big impact on the reason why we did not see a sunset launch of the Falcon 9, and we are pushing close to the end of the window on this mission. And while we unfortunately don't have the good graces to have her live with us tonight, we did have the opportunity during our live coverage of the Crew 8 mission to talk with one of the launch weather officers for the 45th Weather Squadron, Arlena Moses, who was gracious enough to grant us some of her time to talk about her job and tracking the flight weather for all of the missions that the from the Eastern Range. So this is our conversation from the Crew 8 mission. So you'll hear some references and see the countdown clock in the background. Again, this is not the countdown for this mission, but for the Crew 8 launch. So given that caveat, but the content of our conversation still rings true and seems fairly pertinent for tonight's launch attempt. So without further ado, this is our conversation with Arlena Moses talking about how to do her job as a launch weather officer and the ins and outs of predicting the forecast for a rocket launch.
Weather has been sort of the big talk of the town, getting ready for this launch. It's scuttled a couple of times. Coming into tonight, y'all were watching, I believe, the Anvil Cloud Rule and flight through precipitation. Can you break down for folks just exactly what that means?
Yes, of course. So when we do these rocket launches, us as launch weather officers, or LWOs as we use kind of the short term, we're looking at a number of things we call our lightning launch commit criteria. And those are safety rules that we evaluate using a various number of tools that we have here at Kennedy Space Center and also the adjacent Cape Canaveral Space Force Station to ensure the safety of the rocket as it launches. And so when we talk about the Anvil Cloud Rule, it's pretty much exactly what it sounds like. You know, when we have these thunderstorms that develop, which they frequently do here in Florida, they develop, the tops of the storms are called anvil clouds. And those can contain some electrification or the potential to create lightning as the rocket goes through them. So that's one concern we have for tonight. The other one is a little bit unique for our crewed missions or anything using the those type of missions, where we want to make sure that as the rocket ascends, that there's no precipitation that it's going to be flying through, as that can cause some trouble as that happens as well.
And something that folks may not consider who are, deep in the weeds with this is that when a rocket launches, if there are clouds in the area, it's not just lightning that may be in the area of the rocket and the pad itself, but the rocket itself may generate its own lightning right through static electricity. Can you explain sort of the process of that and why that's an important watch item?
Yes, and those are what those lightning launch commit criteria cover as well. It's not just the lightning we think of at your normal afternoon thunderstorm. It's what we call rocket-generated lightning. So the rocket, as it launches, it can basically become its own kind of lightning rod. And because of the electrification in the cloud, so same way as like we're plugging into a socket into our wall, it can create its own lightning strike. And obviously any lightning, whether it's rocket triggered or natural lightning, as we would call your afternoon thunderstorm lightning, is really bad. It can cause quite a few problems with the rocket. So all those lightning launch commit criteria rules help prevent against that type of event happening.
And those rules specifically are about the launch itself around the pad. But there's also some additional risk criteria that you and the other forecasters watch for. You talk about the ascent corridor because that was something that we heard a little bit about last night, and it was something that was being watched in the prior launch attempts. What are some of the things that you're looking out for as the rocket leaves the pad area and begins to make its ascent, trying to catch up to the space station?
So for our crewed launches, we also have some concerns with what we call downrange weather, or the track that the rocket is taking as it makes that ascent towards ISS. And we want to make sure that in case something happens, that the astronauts would have a safe place to land further downrange as well. So we continue to watch things like our rainfall, thunderstorm chances, as well as winds and seas as we go up that ascent corridor along the eastern coast of the U.S.
And that's not just important for the Dragon spacecraft, but also if they needed to abort for the crews that are assisting that, the rescue jumpers, as well as those that are going to be on the swift boats going out to them, right?
That's correct. That's for everybody. So not just the astronauts as well, but those who may have to go out there to do those rescue missions as well. And we actually have not just our launch weather officers team looking at that, but we actually have a specific, we call them a METOC officer, that does the coordination with all the potential rescue units. So they're informed as the weather, of the potential weather as well.
And of course, we're talking about the launch of the Crew 8 mission getting ready to lift off. And now, T-minus 1 hour, 35 minutes, 45 seconds. You can see in the box to the left of us there, the crew sitting in the launch configuration. While we're getting ready to see them launch, I'm sure you all are also looking a little bit further downrange, if you will, at the return of the Crew 7 mission. How different or similar are the considerations when you're talking about the Crew capsule return versus Falcon 9 launch?
You know, the weather concerns overlap as well. We still have concerns with rainfall, thunderstorms, winds and seas. Same thing we do along the ascent corridor as well. Those are all kind of watch items we kind of look at, because the same thing applies. As the recovery teams go out, we want to make sure that they're safe as well to go out as help to get the astronauts out of the water.
And, you know, I'm sure we have some folks out in our audience who are interested in meteorology, maybe going into this field themselves. Two-part question for you. Sure. One, what made you interested in, you know, the career path of being a meteorologist? And two, how did you happen to line up being a launch weather forecaster? What was that path for you?
So my story as becoming a meteorologist is probably the same you'll hear from any meteorologist. We all had some event happen as we were a child, and we were just like, I want to know how that one happens. And we pursued that career as we got into college. I'm from the Washington, D.C. area originally, and we get all the weather. We get our hurricanes, we get our tornadoes, you get the snowstorms.
That was part of our conversation with Arlena Moses from the Crew 8 mission. Now, T-minus 2 hours, 44 minutes, 45 seconds, and counting to the current T0 liftoff time of the Falcon 9 rocket at 11:09 p.m. Eastern, 0309 UTC. Taking a look back at the wide view here as we're T minus 2 hours, 42 minutes, 12 seconds and counting. Seeing a number of pops of lightning there beyond the pad from the vantage point of our cameras. You saw that one just now. Again, while we are not hearing word from SpaceX as to the reason for the delay, we believe that weather is the likely culprit. Both a watch item here at the pad as well as more potentially more impactfully in the boost recovery area. Currently a T minus 2 hours, 39 minutes, 39 seconds and counting. As you can see by looking at the American flag there at the press site, the wind has shifted direction again over at here at the press site. You can still see quite a bit of lightning beyond our cameras. We are believed to be in a phase 2 lightning warning here at the press site, given the proximity of the lightning. So we are taking precautions to make sure that our people and our equipment remain safe as this lightning continues to approach and hang around the area of the press site. Obviously, for those who live in the South or the Midwest, you know that lightning storm is nothing to play with. And so we're doing what we need to make sure that, again, our crew, first and foremost, and our camera equipment is as safe as we can make it. Taking a look at the live chat, want to thank a few more folks for their support this evening. Channel member Callistia Lee with another $20. Good bit of generosity. Thank you so much for that, Callistia. Who says, if they do scrub, it's not a total loss. Got to see some cool shots of the moon and have fun chatting about the other launches with other launch fans. Not a bad night. Agreed. Live launch coverage is always a great opportunity to bring our community together to chat about all things space. And so hope you've all been having a good time in the live chat as we've been having to push back the T0 a couple times, given more than likely the weather concerns. And yes, we are in fact in a phase 2 lightning warning for the Kennedy Space Center. So our field crews are taking the necessary precautions to make sure that they are safe first and foremost. That is obviously uh, the foremost and initial concern when we get into a phase 2 lightning warning, as we are in right now, is making sure that our people are safe. And secondarily, but also important, that our equipment is safe. I want to welcome our newest channel member, Andrew Havor. To let me know, Andrew, if I just completely botched your name, and if I did, I apologize. But thanks for joining us with channel membership at the spacecraft commander level. Really appreciate that level of support. Channel membership, of course, comes with a number of perks, including, as you saw, the crawl at the bottom of our screen, discounts at our online shop, shop.spaceflightnow.com, as well as access to see all of our Cape-based launches in 4K, and access to the member-only videos here on YouTube as well. As you can see in the wide shot, we're still seeing a fair amount of wind here at the press site. You see another pop of lightning. The Kennedy Space Center remains in a phase 2 lightning warning. We are watching Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, also in a phase 1 lightning watch. So not as immediate of an impact, but still something that they are keeping a close eye on. And you can see the shake in one of our live cameras here, the impact of the wind. Currently T-minus 2 hours, 32 minutes, 44 seconds and counting. Now, T minus 2 hours, 31 minutes, 18 seconds and counting. Just want to clarify something, just that we're all on the same page. If you see there that vapor near the bottom of the rocket, that is not venting that we're seeing there. On the far side of the rocket from our camera's vantage point, they have water that is running from one of the rainbirds, part of the sound suppression system that SpaceX uses to help protect the pad infrastructure and the rocket itself at liftoff. And that is constantly putting out some level of water. And so what we're seeing here is actually the wind carrying the water vapor away from that rainbird. So you're just seeing mist against those spotlights there at the pad, which is illuminating it, making it look almost like the vapor that we'd see as fueling is getting underway. But this is not part of the fueling process. You're just seeing some mist that's being illuminated by the spotlights there at the base of the Falcon 9 rocket. Currently under 2 hours and 30 minutes to go until the planned launch of the Falcon 9 rocket. If SpaceX is able to overcome bit of a nasty weather scenario here. Of course, weather was the reason they decided to stand down from a launch attempt last night as well. Things were looking better tonight for a liftoff at the beginning of the window. But as we've discussed, the conditions in the booster recovery area are not ideal right now. We're also reducing our number of camera feeds here. As mentioned, we are in a phase 2 lightning warning, so we've brought a couple of them inside for protection, but obviously we don't want to leave you high and dry as it were from a video standpoint. So we still have a couple of our cameras out there. Currently T minus 2 hours, 25 minutes, 45 seconds and counting. Had a member comment, I believe, earlier in the broadcast talking about looking forward to the final launch of the Delta IV Heavy mission, or the Delta IV Heavy rocket on its final mission, and ROL 70, which is currently scheduled for launch on March 28th. Earlier this year, we had the opportunity to sit down with ULA's president and CEO, Tori Bruno, to talk about a number of things, the progress of the Vulcan rocket towards its second certification flight. But we also talked to him a little bit about the Delta IV Heavy launch and his thoughts on the finale of that rocket as it's going to be taken over by Vulcan, as well the Atlas V once it flies out the remainder of its missions, although it still has a number left on its docket. So here's part of our conversation with Tori Bruno and his thoughts on the finale of the Delta IV Heavy.
This is it. And, it's important for the future that Vulcan replaces that capability, because it does. Single stick, more lift capacity actually in a Delta IV Heavy for the Delta IV missions. So it's a reduction in cost of that kind of mission, about factor 3. This is about a third, even lower depending on the mission, than Delta IV Heavy could do it for, because Vulcan's a single stick and not 3 rockets bolted together. However, having said all that, it's a beautiful rocket. It's launched amazing missions. It's the most metal of all rockets, as I like to say, sets itself on fire before going to space. I just love it. And so we're all going to miss it. So it'll be bittersweet.
And yes, the Delta IV Heavy getting ready for its swan song coming up this next week, if all remains on track with the pre-launch process. And of course, if the weather cooperates, which is something that is certainly top of mind this evening as we're watching the weather impacts here. A Pad 39A for the Starlink 6-42 mission proving challenging, if nothing else. T minus 2 hours, 21 minutes, 47 seconds and counting. You may have noticed at the pad there, just to the right of the Falcon 9 rocket, before the last of those spotlights, see a little blue flashing light. I'll just to this camera view here, you can see it a little more clearly there at the bottom right-hand corner of the box on the right. That blue light flashing indicates a phase 2 lightning warning. So another visual indicator of the deterioration of things here. And as you can see as well, the view of the rocket is starting to be a little obscured as rain is starting to fall in that area, and it's beginning to push towards our building here at the press site. So we're looking to take further cautions to protect our camera equipment as the weather is proving challenging not only for launch, but the covering of this launch as well. Bit of a tale of two forecasts, though. Just above our building, if you were look straight up from our position here at the press site, though, we are able to see some stars through the clouds. So it is not a complete washout at this point from our vantage point here. But of course, what matters most is out at the pad where the rain is starting to fall, and you can see the blue flashing light indicating that a phase two lightning warning continues to remain in effect here at KSC. Phase two also impacting pads over at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station now, an upgrade from the phase one lightning watch that I mentioned earlier. We're now T minus 2 hours, 7 minutes, 47 seconds and counting. It has certainly been a busy day on the space front. Of course, we saw the docking of a cargo Dragon spacecraft to the International Space Station in the early morning hours today. Shortly thereafter, we saw the next mission bound for the ISS, that being the launch of the Soyuz MS-25 spacecraft with 3 souls on board. Inside the capsule, the commander of the mission, Oleg Novitsky, a Belarusian spaceflight participant, Marina Vasilevskaya, and NASA veteran astronaut Tracy Dyson, who's making her 3rd trip up to space. There's a replay you see here of the Soyuz MS-25 launch. Previously had to stand down from its first launch attempt because of an electrical issue that was encountered. However, they were clearly able to rectify that. And we saw a good liftoff of the Soyuz. That spacecraft now bound for the ISS. After clearing through that electrical issue, it was a nominal liftoff and flight so far of the Soyuz MS-25 mission. Both Oleg and Marina will spend just a brief stint on board the ISS before they return for a landing alongside NASA astronaut Laurel O'Hara. Tracy Dyson will spend a 6-month rotation on board station. Prior to liftoff, back early this year when we had the opportunity to speak with the Crew 8 astronauts, we were also able to speak with Tracy Dyson in a sit-down interview. We talked with her a little bit about the mission that she had ahead of her, and also being able to see a former classmate of hers in the class of 1998. Want to go to part of our interview now with Tracy Dyson, talking about a familiar face she looks forward to seeing on board the station.
There's lots of facets to that flight that excite me. First of all, the 2 people that are inside the capsule are longtime friends of mine. Sunny and I, we go way back to when we interviewed for the astronaut program, and we became friends then, all the way through being selected together, and our ASCAN years, we've lived together. Our beginning years of being in the astronaut corps were spent together, and so we just have a lot of history, she and I. So I'm super excited that at this point in our careers, we might actually get to be in space together. So that's kind of fun. And Barry is also a longtime friend, and looking forward to supporting them both as they come in. But yes, as a former Starliner Capcom, and one who helped to develop that role for us and design the certifications that we would need for the various phases of flight. That was one of the most rewarding technical assignments that I've ever had. First, to get to know the flight control team, especially in those early days when we did the OFT 1 and all of the work that we were doing leading up to OFT 2, just to help design the words that we would say to the crew, and just from every phase of the mission, and also to look at it from the unique standpoint of the now this contract that we have, mission operations contract, where we kind of modeled ourselves after shuttle flight control. or shuttle Capcomming, but those missions were 2 weeks, whereas Starliner's going to be, well, aside from CFT, but when we go on to the post certification missions, they're going to be on orbit for 6 months. And so we had to look a little differently at how we as Capcoms would staff the console during those quiescent periods of time. And so, anyway, there was just a lot of different facets to that role that I didn't see going into it, but in looking back, was so fulfilling and rewarding and a very interesting time for me. So I'm very much looking forward to that possible launch and docking to the International Space Station.
And again, that was part of our conversation with Tracy Dyson earlier this year, back in January, when they had the opportunity to travel down one of our trips to the Johnson Space Center. That was part of our trip where we talked to the three astronauts, one cosmonaut, who made up the quartet of the Crew 8 mission, now on board station. Going to be joined very shortly by Tracy Dyson and the aforementioned Oleg and Marina, getting ready to switch things over from where we are currently in Expedition 70. Soon we will shift over to Expedition 71, as you saw on Tracy's polo there. So a very busy time on station. And in fact, the reason why we're seeing Starliner target a May launch date as opposed to previously the most recent update before this past week was them targeting the mid to late April timeframe. But as Joel Montalbano with the ISS program has mentioned, it's a bit of a game of Tetris, finding all the available slots for the visiting spacecraft, both crew and cargo. So essentially what needs to happen now that the cargo Dragon for CRS-30 is docked to the zenith port, or the space-facing port of the ISS, it'll remain there till about late April. Then it will undock and head back to splash down off the coast of Florida. After it undocks, then the Crew Dragon that the Crew 8 mission flew aboard, they'll do a port change maneuver, and they'll shift from the forward port to the zenith port and free up that space for the Starliner spacecraft to be able to dock to that forward port of the Harmony module. See that we're still seeing some lightning here at the press site, just beyond the pad. Some offshore lightning still lingering in the area. So it's a very busy time at the space station. And of course, after CFT, then we can look a little bit further down the road to the arrival of the Dream Chaser spacecraft, something that the Crew 8 astronauts have been training to be able to work with once it is docked to the space station. This will be the first time that Dream Chaser makes a trip up to space. And of course, the first time since the end of the space shuttle era that a winged spacecraft will be docking to the orbiting outpost. So an exciting time for those astronauts on board to be able to interact with Dream Chaser and a lot of visiting spacecraft these days. A busy time on orbit. No, T-minus 1 hour, 58 minutes, 57 seconds and counting. Assuming that SpaceX is continuing to target that T0 of 11:09 p.m. Eastern. You're now less than 2 hours from the planned liftoff, assuming that weather is in a good position for launch at that point. I want to thank one of our channel members, Nelson Reyes, for a very generous $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Nelson. It says, special thanks to Will and the Spaceflight Now team. First class launch coverage. That's very kind of you, Nelson. Really appreciate you supporting us in our unplanned but marathon launch coverage that we have this evening. And again, we'll continue to be with you as we cruise on through the countdown, hopefully to get a launch at the end of this proverbial rainbow in just under 2 hours. T minus 1 hour, 54 minutes, 18 seconds and counting. As you can see with our adjusted wide shot here, the moon coming back out to play, we are seeing some slightly clearer skies, but still quite a bit of lingering clouds in the direction of the launch pad there. We continue to keep an eye on the weather, and hopefully we'll get an update from SpaceX if they're continuing to move forward with the launch attempt tonight. And of course, as soon as we hear anything definitive from SpaceX, we will let you know. But as of now, things seem to be continuing to point towards planned liftoff at 11:09 p.m. Eastern, 03:09 UTC. The end of the launch window today is 11:29 p.m., so an additional 20 minutes beyond that if they haven't started fueling. If SpaceX does intend to pivot to their 24-hour backup opportunity on Sunday, March 24th, that begins at 7:06 p.m. Eastern Time. Taking a look at the live chat, want to welcome and thank Rusty Shackelford, another one of our moderators, for joining us in the live chat today. Apologies, Rusty, I didn't see when you stepped in here, but appreciate you being with us tonight. Interesting question from one of our channel members, Cat Calf, asking if there's still lightning here in Florida. As of right now, it appears we are still in a phase 2 lightning warning for both Kennedy Space Center as well as throughout Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. So while I haven't noticed quite as many lightning strikes, although looks like there was just another one. So let me withdraw the thought before I put it out there in the universe. Yes, we are still in a phase 2 lightning warning across both KSC and Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. So lightning lingers on at this point in time. And yes, CACAF, it is entirely within the realm of possibility that SpaceX could call the game on account of weather. However, at this point, they have not made an official call that they are going to stand down from the launch attempt tonight. So unless or until we get word that they are not going to make a run at this, we will proceed as though that is still the plan. Because, of course, we've all been patiently waiting and tracking the progress of this launch tonight, and we certainly don't want to break away while there is still the possibility of them launching. So unless or until we get word that that is the plan, we will continue to soldier on and cover the launch of the Starlink 6-42 mission, the 19th flight of this first stage booster, tail number 1060 in the SpaceX fleet. We're T minus 1 hour, 41 minutes, 31 seconds and counting. Just taking another look at the weather in the booster recovery area. We're seeing eight-foot waves and a 7-foot swell in that area, which I do believe that SpaceX has recovered a booster in that type of conditions before, but obviously is not the most ideal conditions that they would like to see. And given their previous history with another 19th launched and landed booster, that being B-1058, we all recall what happened with that, or those of you out there in our audience who tracked the conclusion of that saga with 1058, that it was lost not in the landing of the booster, but in bringing that booster back to Port Canaveral, where it toppled over, snapped in half, and that was the end of B-1058. Never saw its 20th flight, so I'm sure SpaceX is hoping for a myriad of reasons that they will fare much better with booster 1060 tonight, or whenever they do end up launching, if for whatever reason they are standing down tonight, which again, they have not made that call tonight, but is certainly within the realm of possibility given the weather conditions. So we shall see. As things stand right now, though, SpaceX continues to target a liftoff at 11:09 p.m. Eastern, 0309 UTC. T minus 1 hour, 36 minutes, 3 seconds and counting. As you may have guessed by the amount of lightning that we've been seeing in the imagery here, the live pictures on the left-hand side of your screen in the big box, as was just now the case, we are still in a phase 2 lightning warning that is currently in effect for here at the Kennedy Space Center, as well as for all of Cape Canaveral Space Force Station until further notice. So as long as a phase 2 lightning warning is in effect, that means the range is red for weather, and therefore that would not permit a launch at that time. Also seeing some red on the board when it comes to the wind peaks here at KSC. So the wind strength that we're seeing here at KSC is stronger than 35 knots, but less than 50 knots. And as you can see with that recent lightning flash, there's still quite a bit of lightning activity in the area, which is why things are pretty red across the board. That said, the lightning is remaining offshore, but is within the ring of concern and the area that they monitor for launch weather commit criteria. So as long as the lightning is within that outermost band, it'll remain a watch item. Taking a look at the radar conditions, this particular map shows the lightning strikes that we're seeing here. Still quite a bit of offshore activity this evening. As it stands, we are T minus 1 hour, 32 minutes and 13 seconds away from the planned launch of the Falcon 9 rocket on the Starlink 6-42 mission, weather permitting. As we await the launch of this Falcon 9 rocket from Pad 39A, let's go ahead. Take a step back just a couple of days ago, the most recent Falcon 9 launch, this one going off of Pad 40. Of course, this being the first launch of a Dragon 2 spacecraft from this pad atop a Falcon 9 rocket. This is the launch of the CRS-30 mission from Pad 40. The access tower that you see there just to the right of the rocket is the reason that Dragon spacecraft can now fly from here. SpaceX has not yet determined, along with NASA, when they may fly the first crew mission from this tower. A lot will depend on pad availability and scheduling from over at LC-39A, where you see there in the live pictures on the right-hand side of your screen. Weather, of course, infinitely better on this launch day than we're seeing today. It's clear skies and a beautiful view of Florida's Space Coast there beneath the engine of the 9 Merlin 1D engines on this Falcon 9 rocket as it made its ascent, climbing a hill and giving us a beautiful view of the Indian River Lagoon and the pads here at NASA's Kennedy Space Center. Taking a step slightly further back, we've been covering the progress on this pad's development as far as being able to support Dragon missions. Let's take a moment and talk a little bit about the path to getting here and the importance of bringing Pad 40 online to be able to support Dragon 2 missions, as of course it had a notable heritage with the version 1 of the Dragon spacecraft.
Those who tune into a SpaceX launch will more often than not see a Falcon 9 rocket launch from here, Space Launch Complex 40. Out of the 310 Falcon 9 rockets that have launched as of March 15th, more than half launched from this pad. Missions ranged from elaborate telescopes like the European Space Agency's Euclid,
forward power engines and liftoff,
to Earth-observing spacecraft like NASA's PACE mission, but the structure beside the rocket seen during the most recent launches opens up a new world of opportunities for SpaceX and its customers, mostly NASA. The crew access tower at Pad 40 is similar to what's in place over at Launch Complex 39A at NASA's Kennedy Space Center. The one at Pad 40 will now allow SpaceX to launch Dragon missions from both of its Florida-based launch pads.
It gives us the flexibility that if there's ever a traffic conflict on 39A and 2 missions have to launch at the same time and one of them's a Dragon, now we can move over to LC-40 and prioritize both of those missions.
Over the course of 2023, SpaceX began moving tower segments out to Slick 40 and stacking the more than 70-meter tall tower. One of the last big additions came on November 6, 2023, when SpaceX hoisted the all-important crew access arm into place. This, of course, would provide a pathway for astronauts and launch teams to be able to reach the Dragon spacecraft prior to fueling the rocket. Prior to the Crew 8 launch, NASA leadership talked about the importance of bringing more cargo and crew capabilities into the fold.
Wouldn't have guessed this 10 years ago out here at KSC, but what's become one of the biggest constraints to launching is pad availability, just because business is booming here at the Space Coast and at Kennedy with not just SpaceX, but all the folks launching. And so bringing 40 online just gives us more flexibility to continue our primary mission. And because we have the potential to launch crew from 40, we're going to put it through the exact same certification process that we did 39A to make sure that it is safe and has the NASA stamp of approval before we put our crew on it.
Also ahead of the launch of the Crew 8 mission, SpaceX tested the new emergency egress system at Pad 40. In the run-up to the Commercial Resupply Services, or CRS-30 mission, SpaceX released first-person video of what the inside of the slide looks like, showing how the escape system works. Sarah Walker, the director of SpaceX's Dragon mission management, says certifying this system was the final piece of the puzzle before launching second-generation Dragon spacecraft from Pad 40.
We ran a number of tests this week in a lot of different configurations, including incapacitated crew member. Could you send a stretcher down this, essentially a slide? We looked at, in a spacesuit, what if the spacesuit is a little bit wet because of a fire response up on the pad? And so, that was the last piece of the system to come together. It's checked out now. I think also this week we got the final external approvals as well.
And liftoff of the Falcon 9 rocket and cargo Dragon.
The last time a Dragon spacecraft bound for the ISS launched from Slick 40 was SpaceX's CRS-20 mission on March 7th, 2020. And earlier this week, a Dragon 2 spacecraft was brought into launch position for the first time atop a Falcon 9 rocket here at this pad. The crew access arm also swinging into place for the first time to support a Dragon 2 mission. Time will tell if NASA and SpaceX decide to fly the Crew 9 mission from this pad, or if another group of astronauts will have that distinction of becoming the first Crew Dragon to soar from Pad 40.
And that was our look back at the evolution of Pad 40 to support the Dragon missions that are now able to fly off that pad, giving SpaceX the option of 2 Dragon flights. As you can see in our wide shot here, conditions remain fairly unchanged since the start of that package. Still quite a bit of lightning around the pads just offshore. Phase 2 lightning warnings remain in effect both here at KSC as well as at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station until further notice. Assuming SpaceX is pressing forward tonight, we are T-minus 1 hour, 25 minutes, and 3 seconds and counting to the planned launch of the Falcon 9 rocket you see there on the right-hand side of your screen. If SpaceX does decide to stand down from tonight's launch attempt, 24-hour backup opportunity available to them has a window beginning at 7:06 p.m. Eastern, 23:06 UTC. As far as we know, SpaceX has not called the launch tonight, and they are still pressing forward. Of course, as soon as we hear word to the contrary, if that were to come about, we will be sure to let you know. Taking a peek at our live chat. A suggestion from one of our channel members, Nelson Reyes, saying that we should play AC/DC's Thunderstruck while we wait. And while I would love to bring in some metal tracks into this, I also don't want us to get demonetized. And so I think the record label that AC/DC is with might be slightly litigious, and we don't want to risk the potential ire of music lawyers. So I'm going to respectfully have to decline the AC/DC request, but feel free to pull up Spotify or iTunes or whatever other music streaming service you enjoy and put that on in the background as we continue to track the launch of the Starlink 6-42 mission, hopefully coming up 1 hour in 22 minutes and 54 seconds as we get some lunar views from our friends Pete Carson's with Max Key Productions. Get a sense of the level of wind in the area by how quickly the clouds are streaming past the moon in this close-up vantage point from our friend Pete Carson's. We're taking a look at the wide view here now. We're coming up on 1 hour and 21 minutes to the planned liftoff time of the Falcon 9 rocket. Again, we have not heard word from SpaceX that they are planning to stand down from tonight's launch attempt, so unless or until we do hear an update like that from SpaceX, we will continue to proceed toward their planned launch at 11:09 p.m. Eastern, 03:09 UTC. taking a look at the weather outlook right now, those colored spots are the areas of lightning. We'll circle back to that in just a second when we get the satellite view with the radar data as well. It appears we have exited the phase 2 lightning warning. We are down to a phase 1 lightning watch, which is certainly an improvement. Taking a look at the satellite view here and the radar data, still somewhat active in the booster recovery area, but things starting to calm down a bit as far as weather just off of the Space Coast. Not entirely, but things are improving. as we are now closing in once again on about 1 hour out from the planned launch of the Starlink 6-42 mission. I think we'll start to see some more folks popping back into our live launch coverage. So for those who may be joining us fresh for the first time, looking more towards more typical timeline for a launch of about an hour's worth of live launch coverage. Welcome aboard. I'm Will Robinson Smith, reporter for Spaceflight Now, and you're watching our ongoing live launch coverage already in progress for the last few hours for the Starlink 6-42 mission, which is poised to launch from Pad 39A at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, or excuse me, at NASA's Kennedy Space Center. You see what multiple hours of live launch coverage does. Right now, you're taking a look at the center of your screen. That is historic Pad 39A at NASA's Kennedy Space Center. The American flag positioned in the center of the frame here. You can see the wind continues to blow at the press site. As far as the latest on the weather front, we are still in a phase 1 lightning watch that is impacting both KSC as well as Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. The phase 2 lightning warning has been terminated, as has the strong wind warning that showed winds of 25 knots gusting to 35 knots. That has also been terminated. So conditions are calming down here at KSC as we're just now coming into an hour away from the planned launch of this mission. So weather trending in a good direction, certainly better than it has been for much of the countdown. For those of you who have been with us for the duration, I see you out there and very much appreciate you. As part of our live launch coverage, when this rocket does fly, we do have our launch photographers who are poised and ready to snap some pictures of this Falcon 9 as it takes flight. Or Adam Bernstein also manning the tracking cameras here at the press site. Michael Kane also ready and prepared for launch photography this evening as well. If you're not already following them on X, you can find them at ABurnNYC and at MD Kane Jr. Also be sure to follow Spaceflight Now, simply at Spaceflight Now. You can also find our presence on Threads as well as Facebook. Just search for Spaceflight Now on either of those social medias. If you're coming back in or you're settled in and haven't already, be sure to hit that like button. Allow more folks to find this live coverage, maybe some who have migrated away and need a little bit of assistance in finding their way back into our broadcast tonight. We also have support for our tracking coverage once the Falcon 9 does launch from our friend Pete Carsons with Max Q Productions and Chuck Briggs as well. As it currently stands, SpaceX is targeting a T0 time of 11:09 p.m. Eastern, 03:09 UTC. Not quite the full end of the launch window tonight. That extends out until 11:29 p.m. Eastern, assuming SpaceX has not begun fueling. And as has been the case, we are powered by our wonderful channel members. But before I go ahead and give them their kudos, want to thank our moderators who have been working hard on an unexpectedly long live launch broadcast this evening. So thanks to Stephanie B, Astro Joe, Astro Jen, and thanks to Rusty Shackelford as well for helping to keep things kosher in the live chat. Really appreciate it. And we are, of course, powered by our wonderful channel members who help make this possible. So thanks to folks like Callistia Lee, Nelson Reyes, Jody Carnivale, Joe Bot 3K, Robert Strongfox, Jeff Hansen, and many others who have been popping in and out of our live launch coverage this evening. Hopefully, we'll see more of our channel members come on back in as we continue to get closer to the hopeful launch of this Falcon 9 rocket, currently targeting liftoff in 57 minutes from Pad 39A here at NASA's Kennedy Space Center. Channel membership comes with a number of perks, including the ability to watch all of our Florida-based launches in 4K, discounts at our online shop, shop.spaceflightnow.com, and access to member-only videos, including our most recent edition, a demonstration of the high-fidelity training module that's used for the Starliner missions. We've got to go and check out at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. So that video, more than 17 minutes long, currently up and available for our channel members. So it's a great way to get educated on the Starliner mission in the minute and a half before liftoff and through the whole flight sequence. So some great insight from Tim, one of the trainers there. So appreciate being able to sit in the pilot seat, which will be occupied by Sonny Williams in the actual Starliner flight. Butch Wilmore in the commander's position. Another great way to support what we do here at Spaceflight Now and give us some things to talk about, answer some questions, or if you have a comment that's appropriate to be read on the show, feel free to use the YouTube Super Chat feature. That supports what we do here at Spaceflight Now, not only here in Florida, but being able to have some opportunities to do some good on-the-ground reporting elsewhere around the country, as is the case for our most recent trip out to JSC. Now T minus 53 minutes, 47 seconds and counting. Taking a look at the live chat here. I want to thank one of our channel members, Nelson Reyes, for gifting 5 Spaceflight Now memberships. Really appreciate that, Nelson. Thanks for that generosity. And to our newest channel members, welcome aboard. Glad to have you with us. If you haven't already thanked Nelson in the live chat, be sure to do so. Do see a question I want to address real quick from another one of our channel members, Bruce Barclay, in the live chat, asking very kindly if I'm feeling okay, saying that I may sound a little ill. No, I'm feeling perfectly fine. If anything, might just be a little bit tired this evening. We don't anticipate doing what I think is coming up on 4 hours of live launch coverage for every Starlink launch, with good reason, or about 3 hours now and counting at this point. So it may just be a little fatigue from that, or was up at about 2:30 this morning to make my flight back to Florida from Houston. So it has been a bit of a long day for me, but that is the nature of the business. So more than happy to be with everyone this evening, since this is an important part of the service that we provide here at Spaceflight Now, to keep everyone informed about the launches here in the US when they go right, and also importantly, if for whatever reason, if they go somewhat awry. So we want to make sure that everyone is kept in the loop and up to speed, especially since SpaceX does not provide coverage here on YouTube anymore. We know that not all audiences are on X, and we certainly want to be as accommodating as possible to get quality information out in real time. So thanks to all of you who support us in that ongoing endeavor. Weather, of course, has been the big item du jour, as we've seen conditions go up and down this evening. Want to play you a nice time-lapse video that our Adam Bernstein put together, about 20 seconds in length, give you an idea of what the conditions here at the press site have been like throughout a good chunk of this evening. You can see just the level of clouds that have been in the area, the wind as well, and of course the lightning strikes that have been popping up offshore, creating a phase 2 lightning warning, now down to a phase 1 lightning watch. So trending in a good direction on that front. Coming into tonight's launch opportunity, the 45th Weather Squadron did peg liftoff weather at 75% favorable. So we've been seeing the influence of the other 25% throughout the evening. But hopefully, once the proverbial rubber meets the road, conditions will be such that they are able to launch tonight and reward the patience of those who've been with us throughout this surprisingly long marathon coverage for the Starlink mission here. Of course, the other criteria they've been watching are the upper level wind shear, as well as the booster recovery weather out near the Bahamas. So those continue to be watch items for SpaceX, and we'll continue to keep our eye out there to see if things are improving as well. Now, T-minus 48 minutes, 52 seconds and counting. We're about 10 minutes or so away from the point at which the launch director should make the call on the start of propellant load, assuming that they are in a position to go ahead and begin that process. To get one more look from Pete Carson's at the moon, nearly full. The proper full moon will come up on March 25th. We're about 98.5% of the way there, though, which gives us a pretty darn good perspective. Taking a look near the southern tip of the moon, where Intuitive Machines Nova C lander Odysseus marked the end of its mission officially on February 29th, according to Intuitive Machines. With the lunar daylight now shining on Odysseus, there was a small sliver of hope that, like JAXA's Slim lander, that Odysseus might be able to wake up and resume some level of operation, but Intuitive Machines deemed that not possible, and so they marked February 29th as the official end of the Odysseus Odyssey on the moon. They'll take a lot of that data and prepare for their second trip to the lunar surface coming up no earlier than the fourth quarter of 2024. We're now T minus 47 minutes and counting. Want to take a look now that we are within an hour of the launch countdown timeline as it exists, now that it's a little bit more relevant to all of us, and that we're within a stone's throw of the milestone. Of course, things kick off with the start of propellant load. The call is given at about 38 minutes out, but that time is a little bit flexible depending on how ready SpaceX is to begin conditioning for prop load. Once that moves forward, it begins with loading RP-1 or rocket grade kerosene onto both the first and the second stages of the Falcon 9 rocket. At the same time, liquid oxygen is loaded on board the Falcon 9's first stage. At T-minus 16 minutes, LOX load starts on the second stage of the Falcon 9. Before that, though, we'll see the so-called big vent from the strong back as the feed lines are chilled. That comes up at about T-minus 20 minutes and 20 seconds, give or take. At T-minus 7 minutes, the chill down of the 9 Merlin 1D engines gets underway. It involves flowing a small amount of excuse me, of liquid oxygen through the plumbing and turbo pumps. Protects the engines from the risk of thermal shock and damage during the startup sequence. About 6 minutes out from liftoff, the first stage kerosene tank should be full. Then at T-minus 4.5 minutes, the strong back retract sequence will begin. It starts with the clamp arms just underneath the payload fairings opening up, and then the transporter erector or the strong back will recline about 1.5 degrees away from the rocket. It stays in that position until liftoff, which point it pulls back in a much more rapid fashion to clear the way for the vertical climb of the Falcon 9. About 2 minutes out, LOX load should be complete. At that point, the Falcon 9 is fully loaded with 1 million pounds of propellant. In the final 60 seconds, control of the countdown is handed over from the ground sequencer to the Falcon 9's onboard flight computers. The propellant tanks will be brought up to flight pressure. SpaceX launch director gives their go for liftoff at 45 seconds out. The engine ignition command is issued at T-minus 3 seconds. Then, of course, if all 9 Merlins ignite and are healthy, the flight computer will give the command for the hold down clamps to release the Falcon 9 at T0. Again, currently targeting 11:09 p.m. Eastern, 0309 UTC. Right now, as of the most recent launch with CRS-30, SpaceX is sitting on 27 launches on the year so far, making some good headway towards overtaking its, as you can see here on the bar graph, record-breaking year with 96 launches when it closed out 2023, looking to notch between 144 and 150 plus by the end of this year. It'd be an average of about 12 per month. We're now T-minus 42 minutes, 54 seconds and counting. Less than 5 minutes now from the approximate point at which the launch director will make the call on the start of prop load tonight. Taking a look at our live chat, want to thank a few more folks for their support this evening. Our thanks to Psychonaut for gifting a Spaceflight Now membership. Really appreciate that, Psychonaut. Thank you so much for showing some generosity there. And if you were the lucky recipient of that channel membership, be sure to thank Psychonaut69 in the live chat if you haven't already. And a welcome to Ronus420 for joining us at the pad leader level with channel membership. Thank you so much, Ronus. Welcome aboard. Glad to have you with us. Our thanks to Butterfly, one of our channel members, for a $2 super chat. Really appreciate that. Asking to end our coverage with what the next launch is, and that is certainly something that we endeavor to do, is to mention at some point in our broadcast what is coming up next. And I also want to thank Hector for a $2 super chat with a brief but simple message, just saying hi. We're now T minus 38 minutes and counting. At this point, SpaceX launch director should be making that call on the start of prop load, which if that go ahead is given, again, that will begin at T minus 35 minutes, just a few minutes from now. Want to thank a few more folks for their support as we continue to step through the count. Epter popping in again with a very generous $20 super chat. Thank you for that, Epter. Saying I love watching this. Question, will it be over Santa Monica, Los Angeles? No, this launch is going to be lifting off from Launch Complex 39A here in Florida at NASA's Kennedy Space Center. To answer Epter's next question with another $2 super chat. So first off, thank you for that. Asking when the next California Falcon 9 flight is going to be. We believe that's coming up in the middle of next week. That'll be another Starlink launch. As far as the very next launch after this, we are tracking another Starlink mission from Pad 40 over at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, with the launch window opening at about 5 p.m. That'll be the Starlink 6-46 mission. And finally, want to thank Michelle Oren for a $5 super chat. Thank you, Michelle. Who in turn says thank you. Now, T-minus 35 minutes, 37 seconds and counting. About 30 seconds from now, prop load should begin again. That will start with RP-1 being loaded onto both the first and second stages of the Falcon 9 rocket, and LOX load beginning on the Falcon 9 first stage. A few minutes after that process has begun, we should start seeing evidence of that by looking at the Falcon 9 rocket if we don't hear from SpaceX prior to that. If you take a look at the vehicle you see here on your screen and you look just a little bit above where the transporter erector tapers from more of a triangle shape into more of a block rectangular shape, just to the left of that, you see sort of a lighter gray section of the Falcon 9 first stage. Around, and we do have word that propellant load has commenced, so no need to be overly eagle-eyed. We do have official word from SpaceX that prop load has begun. So SpaceX is committing to a launch attempt at 11:09 p.m. Eastern, 0309 UTC, and assuming that the weather is good, which they say that all systems and weather are currently go, then we will hopefully be rewarded for our more than 4 hours of tracking this launch tonight with the Falcon 9 flight of the Starlink 6-42 mission. Coming up now, 33 minutes and 44 seconds. I want to thank the more than 6,400 of you who are joining us now live. For those of you who are making your way back in, welcome back. If you are newly joining us for the first time, welcome to our live coverage of the Starlink 6-42 mission. If you haven't already, be sure to hit the like button and share the stream. Allow more folks to find our live launch coverage as we continue to step through, closing in on the final 30 minutes of this countdown. We're now T minus 30 minutes, 13 seconds and counting. This will be the 313th Falcon 9 rocket to launch as it lifts off, the 257th total reflight for the flight of a booster that has flown at least once. This particular Falcon 9 first stage booster has quite the pedigree on it. We're going to go through its flight history in just a moment. This is also the 18th dedicated Starlink launch so far in 2024. SpaceX to date has launched more than 6,000 Starlink satellites in total. Currently, there are more than 5,600 of them on orbit. As we are now less than 30 minutes away from the planned launch of this mission. As I've mentioned throughout the evening, this is going to be the 19th time that this booster has flown, making it a flight leader alongside fellow boosters B-1061 and B-1062. So before it takes its place alongside those two others and the unfortunately unintentionally retired B-1058, which was the first to hit 19 flights and landings. Let's go ahead and step through the booster history of this fella here, B-1060. Currently the oldest actively flying booster in the SpaceX fleet. The flight missions on this booster began back on June 30th of 2020 when it launched, sending up the GPS-3 SV-3 satellite, or Space Vehicle 3 satellite. These GPS satellites are manufactured by Lockheed Martin and are named after famous explorers. This particular one was nicknamed Matthew Henson in honor of the first African-American Arctic explorer who was part of the Perry expeditions. For those musical theater aficionados, I will make a deep cut and say you may remember that name, Matthew Henson and Matthew Perry, from the musical Ragtime. Next two launches of this booster, B-1060, were on September 3rd and October 24th in 2020, both supporting Starlink missions with version 1 satellites. Those were L11 and L14. The fourth mission came on January 8th, 2021, when it launched the Turksat 5A satellite. That was followed by a trio of Starlink missions. The first was L18 on February 4th, L22 on March 24th, and L24 on April 29th. The eighth launch of this booster was the Transporter 2 mission. It marked the 100th Falcon recovery attempt and the 88th successful Falcon recovery. There were 85 payloads on board that rideshare flight. Following up Transporter 2 were 5 more Starlink missions. Starlink 4-3 on December 2nd, 2021. 4-6 on January 19th, 2022. 4-9 on March 3rd, 4-14 on April 21st, and 4-19 on June 17th. The 14th launch of this booster came on October 8th, 2022, when it launched the Galaxy 33 and 34 satellites for the communication company Intelsat. It was part of their fleet refresh mandate from the FCC. The 15th flight came on January 3rd, 2023, supporting the Transporter 6 mission. There were 114 spacecraft on this particular flight. B-1060 flew for a 16th time on July 16th, supporting the Starlink 5-15 mission. Its first flight with the V2 mini satellites of the Starlink variety came on September 24th, 2023. That was the Starlink 6-18 mission. And that brings us to its most recent flight, and certainly a notable one that we've actually mentioned a number of times throughout this broadcast with good reason. That was on February 15th when it launched Intuitive Machines' Nova Sea lander on its historic journey to the moon, landing near the South Pole. That mission officially wrapping up on February 29th. And that, of course, sets us up for flight number 19, assuming all continues to go well in the final 24 and a half minutes of the countdown. Starlink 6-42. Again, as a fueling note, cryogenic helium is being loaded onto the pressure tanks on board the second stage of the Falcon 9 rocket. Taking a look at the live chat, want to thank Everett Clark for a $2 super chat. Really appreciate that, Everett. And a thanks to one of our wonderful channel members, Space Nerd, for being a member for 4 months. The comment, dang, 4 months already? Anyways, go SpaceX, go Starlink, and go Falcon 9. It's amazing how quickly time flies, especially when you're enjoying space flight, and there's quite a bit of it going around these days. We're now T minus 23 minutes, 15 seconds and counting. Also want to show our appreciation for the more than 8,100 of you who are now joining us live as we cruise in towards the final 20 minutes of the count. If you haven't already, be sure to hit the like button and allow more folks to find this live coverage, as a number of folks have come and are slowly making their way back towards seeing this launch push nearly to the end of the window. But with fueling, they are committing to that planned T0 liftoff time, making an attempt at least at 11:09 p.m. Eastern, 03:09 UTC. Big thank you to Robbie Labuse for a very generous $50 super chat. Thank you so much, Robbie. Really appreciate you supporting us at that level. That is quite generous. Robbie says, thanks for all the great coverage. Well, thank you, Robbie, for helping to support that coverage, especially at that level. Really appreciate that. We are empowered and enabled to do the work that we do with a very dedicated team, thanks in no small part to the contributions from our wonderful channel members, as well as those who are able to support when we do live launch coverage using the YouTube super chat feature. So we really appreciate that level of support. And thanks to Case at Cards as well for a $1 super chat. Thank you, Case. And to Gregory Carlson for a $5 super chat. Thank you, Gregory. Really appreciate the both of you. At T minus 20 minutes, 20 seconds and counting, we see the big vent now in full swing. A good visual marker of the chill down sequence as they are thermally conditioning the feed lines ahead of liquid oxygen load on the Falcon 9 second stage here at pad 39A. A good and striking visual indication that fueling continues to move on pace with the planned T0 time of 11:09 p.m. As the big vent continues to proceed here at pad 39A. Want to thank a few more folks for their support this evening. Our thanks to Lane for a very generous $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Lane, for supporting us at that level. Lane says, greetings from Titusville. We watch you every launch. Well, thank you so much, Lane. Really appreciate that. And there are some great viewing spots, as you well know, but for those who may not be as familiar with Titusville, there's a lot of great viewing opportunities from multiple places in the Titusville area. Obviously, the Max Brewer Bridge is a good one. Kennedy Point Park, another. But there are too many to rattle off right now. But lots of good spots, especially for watching a launch from pad 39A. Also, thanks to Pete Gosling for a very generous $50 super chat. Thank you so much, Peter. Really appreciate you supporting us at that level. Peter says, great job on the broadcast. Always love them. Well, thank you so much and really appreciate your support of our broadcast. Callistia Lee again with another generous $20 super chat. Thank you, Callistia. Callistia says, thanks again to Will, Mods, and all of the Spaceflight Now crew for all you do to bring us this outstanding coverage. We appreciate you. Well, we appreciate you, Callistia, for supporting us in these endeavors as we see the big event wrapping up, and we're just a few seconds away from LOX load or liquid oxygen being loaded onto the second stage of the Falcon 9 rocket. Our thanks to Fu for a $2 super chat. Really appreciate that. Who says, thanks to the coverage team. Well, thank you so much for your support of our work this evening. Thanks to Adrian R. for gifting 5 Spaceflight Now memberships. Really appreciate that, Adrian. And to those lucky recipients, be sure to thank Adrian in the live chat if you haven't already. Thanks to Sly Fox 720 Studios for a $10 super chat. No message, but just a bit of support there. So thank you, Sly Fox, for doing that. Linda H with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Linda, who says, thanks for the view and the countdown. Hope to catch it on video this time. Fingers crossed for you. We'll certainly be here with that video in case you're not able to see it yourself. Peter Gosling back with another $50 super chat. Thank you so much, Peter. Really, really appreciate that again. Peter says, hello from Papua New Guinea. Go SpaceX. Fettuccine with a name that reminds me that dinner is still a launch away with a $2 super chat, though. Thank you so much for that. Fettuccine says, I live in Tampa. I see a rocket take off weekly. It's one of the perks of living here in the Central Florida area, or certainly if the nights are clear enough out in Tampa as well. Andrew Johan with a $2 super chat. Thank you, first time watching. Well, we're glad to have you with us. It's always wonderful to have first time viewers join us for a live launch coverage. So thank you, Andrew, for not only being with us, but supporting what we do here at Spaceflight Now. So thank you. And our welcome to our newest channel member, Michael Lucas, joining us at the pad leader level. Good time to join Michael, as you'll now be able to watch this launch and all of the others launching from Florida in 4K. Get discounts at our online shop, shop.spaceflightnow.com, as well as see our member-only videos here on YouTube. And another big thank you to Epter for another super chat here. $100. Really appreciate that level of generosity, Epter. Thank you so much for that. I'm guessing a little bit of friendly jousting with Peter Gosling. But we certainly don't want to pit any of our wonderful supporters against each other. We very much appreciate any and all support they're able to provide for us this evening as we enjoy bringing this coverage to you, and the super chats and channel membership help us provide our ability to do this for you. Another great way to support us, though, it's quick, easy, and free just by hitting the like button. Sort of the more than 13,000 of you, for those who have not hit the like button yet, it allows more folks to find this live coverage, and that is a wonderful way to support us as well. We're now T-minus 11 minutes, 40 seconds, and counting. At this point, we're about 4.5 minutes away from the start of the engine chill down sequence. It involves flowing a small amount of liquid oxygen through the plumbing and the turbo pumps and protects the Merlin 1D engines from the risk of thermal shock and damage during the startup sequence. We're now T minus 10 minutes and counting as we continue to step through the rest of this countdown. Let's go ahead and take a moment to talk about the vehicle at the heart of this mission. That is SpaceX's Falcon 9 rocket, a workhorse. This will be the 313th launch of a Falcon 9 to date if all continues to go well in the next 9.5 minutes. Falcon 9 stands at 70 meters or 229 feet tall and has a diameter of 3.66 meters or 12 feet. Most of that is made up by the Falcon 9's first stage, the bottom 2/3 of the rocket. This booster has flown 18 times before, going for its 19th flight today. This is tail number 1060 in the SpaceX fleet. At the base of the first stage are 9 Merlin engines, which burn rocket-grade kerosene and liquid oxygen, producing 1.7 million pounds of thrust at liftoff. Around the engine compartment, you see that are on the right-hand side of your screen, are the black carbon fiber landing legs that will be used to land the first stage on the drone ship. Tonight, the vessel that is on deck that they're using is Just Read the Instructions. Above the first stage is the inner stage. It's a composite structure consisting of an aluminum honeycomb core, which is surrounded by carbon fiber. That image you see there on the right-hand side of your screen are the deployable hypersonic grid fins. These titanium winglets help provide stability and steering for the Falcon 9 rocket first stage as it comes back through the atmosphere tail first like a big old dart heading towards the drone ship. At the top of the inner stage are 3 mechanical latches that attach to the second stage. At first stage manage and cutoff, high pressure helium is used to release those latches. 4 pneumatic pushers ensure a clean separation. The second stage engine nozzle is also safely housed inside the inner stage adapter until stage separation. Speaking of that second stage, as we're now less than 8 minutes to the planned liftoff, the upper stage of the Falcon 9 is powered by a single modified Merlin engine called a Merlin vacuum engine, or an MVAC engine, which is optimized for burns in the vacuum of space, hence the name. It produces more than 200,000 pounds of thrust, and it will be fired twice on today's flight, placing the 23 Starlink satellites into their intended orbit. The MVAC engine, same as the first stage, burns the identical same propellant mix, kerosene and liquid oxygen. It will ignite a third time after the deployment of the Starlink satellites for a deorbit burn to drive the upper stage back into the atmosphere, where it will burn up, helping to eliminate the risk of any unnecessary space debris on this mission. Finally, at the top of the rocket are the payload fairings, which are encasing the 23 Starlink satellites. They're made up of a carbon composite material. They stand 13.1 meters or 43 feet tall, 5.2 meters or 17.1 feet in diameter. Sometimes we're able to spot those as they cruise on past VAB on their way to either Pad 39A or Pad 40 over at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. And you get a real sense of their size as they're passing by other regular vehicles. These 2 fairing halves that you see here on this flight will be recovered a little further down range from where the first stage lands on the drone ship. They gently splash down into parachutes. We're now T minus 5 minutes, 40 seconds and counting. About a minute away from the strong back retract sequence beginning from the Falcon 9 rocket. But before we get to there, we realize we didn't do it at the top of the show. Obviously, things slid a little bit with all the launch delays. But before we get too much farther into this, let's go ahead and talk some trajectory, shall we? Falcon 9 rocket is going to be lifting off from Pad 39A at NASA's Kennedy Space Center. As has been the case with all the missions flying to the sixth shell of the Starlink constellation. This will also fly in a southeasterly trajectory with the first stage separating and landing just east of the Bahamas. Tonight they're using the drone ship. Just read the instructions. SpaceX has two East Coast recovery vessels used to scoop up the fairing halves tonight. They're using Bob. It and the other recovery vessel, Doug, were named after former NASA astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley. And at T-minus 3 minutes, 52 seconds and counting, we are now starting to get some pictures from the pad here from SpaceX. And you can see the clamp arms underneath the payload fairings have opened up. Wrong back retract sequences beginning, and we are now getting mission audio from SpaceX as well. Just a bit of housekeeping now that we have the SpaceX feed. You see our countdown clock in the upper right-hand corner of the screen is about 12 seconds ahead of what you see there on SpaceX. Reason is that our countdown clock is in
complete.
Real time. SpaceX feed is on a slight delay. Just heard the call out for stage 1 LOX load complete. The Falcon 9 is now almost fully fueled. Last item remaining is LOX load on the second stage. We'll be sure to cycle back to those who have been offering some support coming into the final few minutes of the count. We'll sure to address that on the other side of the launch. But briefly to the 27,000 of you who are watching with us live, thanks for being with us. Be sure to hit the like button to allow a few more folks to find our coverage as we come into the last 2 minutes before liftoff.
Stage 2 LOX load is complete.
And with that call out, stage 2 LOX load is wrapped up. The Falcon 9 is now fully fueled with 1 million pounds of propellant. The venting you're seeing here are the ground gas closeouts. Should hear a call out on that momentarily.
Ground gas closeout.
Good call there. Now coming up on a minute before the planned launch of this Falcon 9 rocket, getting ready to lift off for a 19th time.
Falcon 9 is in startup.
Another good call out there as we close in on 40 seconds. We should be hearing the SpaceX launch director make their call that they are go for launch if they are ready to proceed. 30 seconds. Quiet though it was, we did hear the launch director make their call that they are go for launch. Now 15 seconds away from liftoff. And here we go. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Engine ignition and liftoff. Liftoff of the Falcon 9 rocket on the Starlink 6-42 mission. This first stage booster climbing above Florida for the 19th time. A beautiful view of the Falcon 9 rocket after much delay tonight, finding some clear skies to lift off above Florida. You can see here in the wide view, climbing between the clouds from the vantage point of the press site. A little bit tricky to track through the clouds, but our Pete Carsons has it back here. Some great tracking views on the ground. Now a little over a minute into flight. Call the Falcon 9 is supersonic. It's now traveling faster than the speed of sound. At this point, they'll be throttling down the engines. As there we go, the vehicles pass through max Q, the point of greatest aerodynamic pressure on the vehicle. Coming up on 2 minutes to flight. That call for MVAC chill. They are thermally conditioning the Merlin vacuum engine before it ignites. Coming up in rapid succession are a number of events. At T plus 2 minutes and 26 seconds, we'll have first stage main engine cutoff, or MECO. That'll be followed a few seconds later by stage separation. Then the Merlin vacuum engine will ignite. That'll be capped off at just a little over 3 minutes to flight with a fairing deployment. Getting some great color in these images from Pete Carson's tracking camera. And there we have MECO. Stage separation. And the ignition of the Merlin vacuum engine. And there you see those events and callouts from SpaceX on the slight delay from their live feed here, as we're continuing to see in our tracking camera Falcon 9's second stage and the glow of the Merlin vacuum engine. A little bit of a jellyfish effect that we're seeing here tonight. You see the payload fairings now deploying from the second stage, glinting against the glow of that Merlin vacuum engine.
Fairing separation confirmed.
And there you see those fairings falling away in the SpaceX feed. The Starlink satellites now exposed to the vacuum of space for the first time on this flight. Now a little over 3.5 minutes into this mission. Next milestone coming up is going to be just a little after 6 minutes of flight, where the Falcon 9 first stage entry burn begins. That burn lasting about 24 seconds. Still getting some great tracking views of the Falcon 9 second stage engine from Pete Carson's. Now a little over 4 minutes to flight. Coming up on 4.5 minutes. So far, a nominal flight for both stages of the Falcon 9 rocket. Second stage, Merlin vacuum engine continues a good burn. The Falcon 9 first stage continues to make its way towards the drone ship. Just read the instructions. The first stage has reached its apogee, tapping out at about 113 kilometers in altitude, now slowly starting to make its descent down towards the drone ship. Speedometer continuing to ratchet up, though. Once the entry burn starts, we'll see the speedometer rapidly plummet as the vehicle essentially slams on the brakes, prepares to make its way down toward the drone ship. Now about 5.5 minutes into flight, just a little over 30 seconds away from that first stage entry burn beginning. Seeing some views on the right-hand side of your screen, the Falcon 9 first stage in that top box. Of course, the Merlin vacuum engine from the onboard camera views from SpaceX on the bottom right-hand corner. The big box in the center of your screen, those are tracking views from our friend Pete Karstens, Max Key Productions. Coming up on 6 minutes into flight, we're about to see the start of that entry burn. That entry burn is now underway in real time. Should see it begin on the SpaceX feed momentarily. And there you see that burn beginning.
Stage 1 entry burn shutdown.
Stage 2 FTS is saved.
Some good call-outs from SpaceX coming into the 7th minute of this flight. In just over a minute from now in real time is when the first stage landing burn will begin. The time you're looking for on the SpaceX feed, since we won't be able to see it from our tracking cameras here on the ground, will be about T plus 8 minutes and 4 seconds, about a minute from now.
Stage 1 transonic.
That call the Falcon 9 first stage now traveling below the speed of sound. So we're coming up on the 8th minute in flight. On the SpaceX feed, we're now less than 15 seconds away from the start of that landing burn.
Stage 1 landing burn.
We should see the drone ship coming up into view beneath the flame of the Falcon 9 first stage, as well as on drone ship views there. Now on the right-hand side of your screen.
Stage 1 landing leg deploy.
And joining
Stage 1 landing confirmed.
Boosters 1061 and 1062, B1060 now launched, landed for a 19th time. We now have a three-way tie for flight leader.
Good orbit insertion.
And those good call-outs from SpaceX, meaning that the Falcon 9 second stage has gone into its parking orbit, where it will coast for the next little while here until about T plus 54 minutes and 9 seconds, when the second stage engine will ignite for a quick 1-second burn. And that'll set up for the Starlink satellites to deploy at T plus 1 hour, 5 minutes, and 18 seconds. And so with that, you have a good liftoff and a good landing of B1060. very much appreciate those of you who have been with us for the entire duration, going on well over 4 hours here for surprising marathon coverage of a Starlink mission. But you play the hand you're dealt sometimes, and this is where things landed. But fortunately, the weather was cooperative enough that SpaceX was able to launch this mission tonight. And I think we're all glad that they did. As promised, I want to thank some of the folks who contributed to make this live launch coverage possible. We weren't able to get to prior to the launch, but definitely don't want to pass over all the great support. Thanks to Case at Carts for a $1 super chat. Really appreciate that, Case. Gregory Carlson with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Gregory, for your support this evening. Actually, I think I may have scrolled up a little farther than I intended here. Let me make sure I'm at the right spot here. Okay. Laura with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Laura. Who says, Spaceflight now rocks. Thanks for the best coverage and for making it fun to watch. Well, you're very welcome. And thank you so much for supporting this coverage and helping to make it possible. 12Z Train with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much, 12Z. Appreciate the support this evening. Peter Gosling with another $100 super chat. Thank you, Peter, for being so generous this evening. Really appreciate that level of generosity. Heather with a $20 super chat. Really appreciate that as well. Heather, thank you so much. CJ matched now with another $20. Thank you, CJ. Really appreciate your support this evening. CJ says, my fiance Lauren and I are in bed in Vero Beach. We're about to walk down to the beach to watch. So this is coming in just before liftoff. So excited to watch our first Falcon 9, which is fabulous. Hopefully the views from Vero Beach were such that you were able to see the launch tonight. You know, the clouds made it a little tricky, so fingers crossed for you. I am Lita with a $5 super chat, one of our wonderful channel members. Lita says, you guys are the best. Greatly appreciate all the work you put in to bring us this awesome place to share launches together. Thanks, Spaceflight Now. Thanks, Lita. Always good to have you. Gregory Carlson with another $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Gregory. Really appreciate the support. Our thanks to our newest channel member, Libby Ling, for joining us at the mission specialist level. Thank you so much, Libby. Isaac Carr is another one of our great channel members. The $2 super chat right before a liftoff saying, here we go. Counting at 4, 3, 2, 1, launch to SpaceX. Yes, indeed. Fettuccine. Again, making me hungry, Fettuccine. But appreciate the $2 super chat saying, I see it in person, the whole thing, which is always wonderful. Getting confirmation that folks that are able to see the launch or that are in proximity to the launch are able to actually see it. And a very generous $20 super chat from channel member Charles Boyer. Thank you so much, Charles. I appreciate your continued support with channel membership. This is a marker of where we are with the mission. Again, just to note, we're T plus 14 minutes, 42 seconds and counting. At this point in the mission, the Falcon 9 second stage is in that parking orbit. will remain in this coast phase until T plus 54 minutes and 9 seconds. After that, there will be a 1 second burn of the Falcon 9 second stage. And that'll set up the Starlink satellites to deploy at T plus 1 hour, 5 minutes, and 18 seconds. Because as we saw SpaceX cut the feed, we won't see the Starlink satellites deploy, but this is what that process looks like. As you can see, the release of this Starlink stack. I believe this was a stack of 22 Starlinks at this time, back on October 21st of last year. You can see the second stage of the vehicle and the reflection of that stack as they slowly drift away. They will, in time, separate away from each other, deploy their solar panels, and move into their correct orbital position. They will continue to operate. SpaceX to date has launched more than 6,000 of these Starlink satellites. It's been launching these V2 minis for some time now. I believe we're well in excess of 60 missions launching the V2 minis. This so far has been the 18th dedicated launch of Starlink satellites this year. Coming into this launch, there were more than 5,600 Starlink satellites that are still on orbit coming into this opportunity. As you can see, the transporter erector coming up into the upright position here at pad 39A. Bringing the TE back up vertical has been part of SpaceX's procedure in turning around its launch pads, both here at 39A and 39, or excuse me, in pad 40 over at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in a more rapid fashion as they're working to make spaceflight more airport-like. Certainly a high ambition of their Starship program, being able to do much more rapid reuse than even the Falcon 9 rockets. I did mention Starship, of course. Once Starship becomes a fully operational vehicle, and by that I mean being able to continuously and reliably deploy payloads into orbit, SpaceX will start launching its much larger, full-size, what were initially going to be the Starlink version 2 satellites, although founder Elon Musk has suggested that given that these V2 minis have been flying for a while, they may call the larger Starlinks version 3s. We will have to wait and see once they're actually being deployed what they end up calling them once they're in that mode of operation. With the addition of 23 more Starlink V2 minis on their way to orbit, let's go ahead and talk about where this mission landed in the overall landscape for SpaceX tonight. This was the 19th flight, as mentioned, of Falcon 9 booster 1060, making it in a three-way tie for flight leader along with 1061 and 1062. This was the 313th Falcon 9 launch to date, the 28th Falcon 9 launch of 2024. This was the 257th Falcon booster reflight, or the launch of a booster that has flown at least once. This was SpaceX's 29th launch of 2024, including, of course, the third integrated flight test of the Starship rocket from Boca Chica area in southern Texas. This was SpaceX's 202nd orbital launch in the last 365 days. Its 76th orbital launch from Pad 39A, the 171st overall orbital launch from this pad. SpaceX is slowly but surely creeping up on the total number of shuttle launches that lifted off from this pad. There were 82 space shuttle flights from 39A. SpaceX now just within 4, coming in striking distance of that record. Taking a look at our bar graph now that we've got another Falcon flight to add. We're now at 28 Falcon launches. Of course, looking towards the first Falcon Heavy launch no earlier than May to send up the NOAA NASA satellite GOES-U. Moving on to some recovery stats. This was the 75th landing of a booster on the drone ship. Just read the instructions. This was the 222nd SpaceX drone ship landing to date, and the 287th overall SpaceX booster landing, getting close to 300 booster landings. Finally, moving out to some industry stats as we're coming up on 22 minutes into this mission. This was the 19th orbital launch from Florida so far this year, the 30th orbital launch from U.S. soil, the 33rd orbital launch from a U.S. rocket company, including, of course, the Rocket Lab missions from down in New Zealand. And this was the 57th orbital launch around the globe. There have been 2 orbital launch failures. Looking at the global map in a pie chart, you can see SpaceX continues to drive the U.S.-led portion of this, with China having 13 launches so far in the year. Russia, now with the launch of its Soyuz MS-25 mission earlier today, comes in the 3rd spot, followed by Japan with 3, and Iran and India tied at 2 orbital launches each. You can see the transporter erector now fully upright again here at the pad. Want to thank a few more folks for their support this evening before we go ahead and close things out. Thanks to Daniel Newman for a $5 super chat. Thank you, Daniel. One of our wonderful moderators, Astro Joe, also a channel member, $5 super chat. Astro Joe says, really trying my linguistic skills here at the end of a very long launch broadcast, Astro Joe. But I'm not one to shy away from a challenge. Former actor. Betty bought a bit of butter, but, she said, this butter's bitter. If I put it in my batter, it will make my batter bitter. So she bought better butter. Thank you, Astro Joe. Keep me on my toes. Finally, Ben Hamilton with the $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Ben, for supporting us at that level. Ben says, my 10-year-old kiddo and I were watching live from Cocoa Beach, which is always fabulous to hear. Love seeing kids get inspired by rocketry in real time. We're so grateful for your super detailed and fascinating commentary. Well, thank you so much for those kind words, Ben, and thank you for supporting our live launch coverage and making this possible tonight. And with that, want to also go ahead and begin to close things out. Thank you to our wonderful moderators for helping us out in the live chat. Thanks to Stephanie B, Astro Joe, Astro Jen. And thanks to Rusty Shackelford as well, who may have called it a night a little bit earlier, but really appreciate him being out with us as well. I see the mods and some other folks give me kudos for getting through that tongue twister. Well, I was a theater minor in college and have done a number of community theater productions, so if I couldn't get through that, I'd be a little dismayed at myself. So I want to thank our tracking team who've been helping us out as well this evening. Our thanks to Chuck and Pete for providing some great views in the run up to and during launch coverage here. Our thanks as well to our ace launch photographers as well, Michael Kane and Adam Bernstein. Be sure to keep an eye on their social media for some of the photos from tonight's launch. I already got a little bit of a taste of what Adam was up to with the timeline of, or the time lapse, I should say, of the weather conditions out at the press site tonight, as it's been quite a roller coaster here tracking this mission. So if you're not already following these guys, MD Kane Jr. is Michael, A Burn NYC is Adam, and be sure to follow Spaceflight Now simply at Spaceflight Now on X, Facebook, and Threads. And if you care to give me a follow, I'm also on X at W_Robinson Smith. Our thanks as well to our editor, Stephen Young, who's been hard at work behind the scenes, managing the technical aspects of a surprisingly long broadcast for a Starlink mission. Just double checking the live chat, making sure I didn't miss anything. And I see Marcus Gallegos coming in at the buzzer with 5 Spaceflight Now memberships. Thank you so much, Marcus, for a good bit of generosity on the way as we close things out. If you've got channel membership from Marcus, be sure to thank him in the live chat before you depart. And of course, if you haven't already subscribed to Spaceflight Now, now is a great time to do so before we head into our next few missions here. We've got Starlink 6-46 coming up on Monday. That launch window opens up at 5 p.m. So be sure to keep an eye on our launch schedule and our social media channels for updates on the specific T0 for that mission once that becomes available. We're also tracking a Starlink midweek in California. And of course, the grand finale of United Launch Alliance Delta IV Heavy rocket, closing out the Delta era of vehicles. A legacy vehicle for ULA. And one that will certainly be missed by those who worked hard on that program for all the years that it was flying. That launch coming up no earlier than March 28th, and we sure will have robust live launch coverage for that. And plenty of stuff leading up to that point on those and other missions. Most of all, want to thank you for taking some of your time, or for those who have been with us for more than 5 hours for a Starlink mission. You never know when it's going to happen, but here we are. Really appreciate your willingness to hang out with us, and hopefully you found it educational and fun chatting with folks in the live chat here tonight. For all of us here at Spaceflight Now, I'm Will Robinson Smith. Be good to yourselves, be good to others, and we will see you next time. Good night.